Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The Harvest Festival lanterns had just begun to glow against the twilight sky when the world above the Shire tore open. First came the sound, a keening wail that shattered the evening's merriment, sending hobbit children scurrying behind their parents' legs and causing the old-timers to glance skyward with dread in their eyes. Then came the light, a streak of azure flame cutting through the darkening heavens, trailing sparks like fallen stars. Drogon Brandybuck stood transfixed as the burning shape plummeted toward the distant fields beyond Hobbiton. Unlike his kin, who had already begun retreating to the safety of their holes, Drogon felt something ancient stir within his blood. A call he could neither name nor resist. "It's coming down in the north fields," someone shouted, panic threading through their voice. "A dragon!" came another cry, and the word rippled through the gathering like wildfire, sending hobbits scrambling in all directions. But Drogon remained still, his weathered hands clutching the leather-bound tome he'd been reading only moments before, Legends of the Elder Days. The book had been his companion since childhood, filled with tales most hobbits dismissed as nonsense, tales of great worms and the humans who once flew alongside them. "A Master Brandybuck," wheezed old Hamfast Gamgee, tugging at his sleeve. "Come away, sir. No good ever came from curious hobbits and fell beasts." Drogon patted the gardener's hand reassuringly. "Get yourself to safety, Ham." "I just want to see..." Before Hamfast could protest further, Drogon was moving against the tide of fleeing bodies, his short legs carrying him with surprising speed toward the column of smoke now rising beyond the northern hills. The rational part of his mind, the proper hobbit part, screamed warnings, but something deeper drove him forward, the part that had always felt out of place in the Shire's comfortable predictability, the part that had devoured tales of adventure while others savored ale and pipeweed. The north fields lay scorched and smoking when he arrived, breathless and alone. In the center of a blackened circle lay a creature Drogon had seen only in the illustrated pages of his treasured books. The dragon's scales gleamed like burnished copper in the moonlight, though their luster was dimmed by dark stains that Drogon recognized with a twist of his stomach as blood. Its massive form, easily the length of 3 plough horses, shuddered with labored breaths, and one leathery wing lay at an unnatural angle. Wisdom told him to flee, yet Drogon found himself stepping closer, drawn by an inexplicable certainty that this moment was somehow meant for him. The dragon's eye, an orb of molten gold with a vertical pupil, snapped open as he approached. Drogon froze, his heart hammering against his ribs. "Arcanis veth moru," the creature rumbled, its voice like stone grinding against stone. "You are not what I expected, little one." Drogon swallowed hard. You speak Westron." A sound like boulders tumbling down a mountainside emanated from the dragon's throat. A laugh, Drogon realized with astonishment. "I speak many tongues, halfling. I am Phalorn, last scion of the flame of Udun." The dragon's words carried the weight of ages. "The hunters draw near. I have little time." "Hunters?" Drogon echoed. glancing nervously at the surrounding darkness. The dragon slayers of Rudor. They believe our kind must be purged from these lands. Phaelorn's massive head shifted, and something glinted at the base of his throat, a crystal that pulsed with inner light, suspended on a chain of what appeared to be mithril. Take this to the towers of Angmar. The crystal must reach the ancestral nesting grounds before the next full moon. Me! Drogon squeaked, backing away. I'm just a hobbit. I've never even left the Shire. The dragon's eye seemed to pierce through him, seeing beyond flesh and bone. Not just a hobbit. There is older blood in your veins than you know. The crystal has chosen you. Before Drogon could protest further, Phaelorn raised his massive head with evident pain and breathed a gentle stream of bluish flame over the crystal. It detached from its chain and floated toward Drogon, hovering before him like a living thing. Within its depths, something moved, a sinuous shape that seemed to swim through light itself. The last clutch of eggs was destroyed. This crystal contains the essence of the final hatchling. If it does not reach the sacred flames beneath Angmar, dragonkind will fade forever from Middle-earth. Trembling, Drogon extended his palm. The crystal settled into it with surprising warmth, and a jolt like lightning coursed through his arm. Images flooded his mind, soaring above mountain peaks, breathing fire that forged rather than destroyed, carrying riders with faces both familiar and foreign. I don't understand, he whispered. Phaelorn's great head sank back to the scorched earth. You will. The crystal will guide you. Trust no one who seeks to take it from you. Find those who remember the old bonds. The sound of distant horns pierced the night, and the dragon's eye flickered with urgency. Go now! They come! Drogon clutched the crystal to his chest and ran, weaving through the night-shadowed fields toward Breeland. Behind him, he heard Phaelorn release a final, defiant roar that shook the very foundations of the earth. Dawn found Drogon huddled beneath an ancient oak at the edge of the old forest, the events of the night seeming increasingly dreamlike save for the crystal that pulsed against his palm with a life of its own. He had fled the Shire with nothing but the clothes on his back and the book tucked into his waistcoat, a foolish, un-hobbit-like impulse that now left him hungry and disoriented. A halfling, alone in the wild. What manner of strangeness is this? Drogon nearly leapt out of his skin at the melodious voice. Above him stood a figure of impossible grace, an elven woman with hair like spun silver and eyes the color of winter ice. Despite her beauty, something in her bearing sent a chill through him. She carried a bow of pale wood, and the daggers at her belt bore intricate engravings that seemed to shift in the morning light. I'm a traveling, Drogon managed, instinctively closing his fist around the crystal. The elf's gaze flickered to his hand. What do you clutch so desperately, little one? Nothing of consequence, he replied too quickly. I am Nimrodel of the Woodland Realm, she said, crouching to meet his eyes. And you are far from your comfortable hearth, hobbit of the Shire. These lands grow dangerous. The dragon hunter's ride, pursuing a wounded fire drake said to have fallen near your homeland. Drogon's breath caught. Dragon hunters. Something changed in Nimrodel's expression, a shadow of regret. I was once counted among their number, she admitted, until I learned the truth of our mission. And what truth was that? Drogon asked cautiously. That we hunt not monsters, but the last remnants of a noble race. That in our blind fear, we destroy what we do not understand. Her ice-blue eyes studied him intently. Show me what you carry, halfling. I mean you no harm. After a moment's hesitation, Drogon slowly opened his palm, revealing the crystal. Within its depths, the serpentine shape stirred as if responding to Nimrodel's presence. "By the light of Eärendil," she breathed, "a dragon soul crystal." "I had thought them all destroyed. Fealorn entrusted it to me," Drogon said. "It contains the essence of an unhatched wormling," Nimrodel finished. "Where did he bid you take it?" "The towers of Angmar." The elf's face paled. "A perilous journey through lands long abandoned to darkness. You cannot hope to reach it alone." "Are you offering your help?" Drogon asked, suspicion coloring his voice. "I am," Nimrodel replied, rising to her feet. "Though we must find additional aid. There is one who knows the northern wastes better than any living being, though convincing him to join our cause will not be simple." The smell of the tavern hit Drogon like a physical force as he followed Nimrodel through the low doorway, a pungent mixture of unwashed bodies, spilled ale, and something unidentifiable that made his nose wrinkle. The prancing pony was renowned throughout Breeland, though few hobbits ever ventured inside. "There," Nimrodel murmured, nodding toward a figure hunched alone in the darkest corner of the room. "Barok Stonehammer, master explorer of the northern ruins." The dwarf looked up as they approached, his beetle-black eyes narrowing beneath bushy brows. His beard, braided elaborately and threaded with iron beads, covered most of his face, but couldn't disguise his scowl. "Elf," he grunted by way of greeting. "Bringing me customers now? What would a halfling want with maps of the Ettenmoors?" "We seek passage to the towers of Angmar," Nimrodel said quietly. Barok's tankard froze halfway to his lips. "Angmar, the fortress of the Witch King." "Have you lost your wits, woman?" "We have business there that cannot wait," she insisted. The dwarf's eyes narrowed further. "What manner of business?" Drogon felt the crystal pulse warmly against his skin, and before he could consider the wisdom of his actions, he withdrew it from his pocket. "This," he said simply. Barok recoiled as if struck. "Put that accursed thing away," he hissed. "Oh, do you know what half the mercenaries in these lands would do to possess such a relic?" "We need to reach the sacred flames beneath the towers," Drogon explained. "Dragon business," Barok spat. "I'll have no part in it. Those flame-breathing demons destroyed my grandfather's halls, slaughtered hundreds of my kin." "That was centuries ago," Nimrodel countered, "and it was Smaug alone who committed those atrocities." "Not all dragons are alike. Bah, the only good dragon is a dead one." Drogon felt the crystal grow hot in his palm, and suddenly words he had never intended to speak flowed from his lips. "If dragonkind perishes, so too will the ancient magics that bind this world together. The balance will fail, and darkness will claim what the light abandons." Both Nimrodel and Barok stared at him. Drogon himself was shocked by the strange cadence of his voice, deeper, more resonant than his usual hobbit tones. Barok leaned forward, studying Drogon's face. "Your eyes," he muttered. For a moment, they changed. "Changed?" Drogon echoed, confused. "Vertical pupils, like a cat's or a serpent's." The dwarf sat back, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "What's your lineage, halfling?" "Brandybuck." "An old family of the Shire. Before that, where did your ancestors dwell before they became hobbits of the Western Lands?" Drogon hesitated. "The legends speak of the Anduin Vale, but that was many generations ago." Barok exchanged a meaningful glance with Nimrodel. "The Vale," he repeated, "where the dragon lords of Númenor established their final sanctuary after the downfall." "Impossible," Drogon scoffed. "I'm just a simple hobbit. No ordinary hobbit would be chosen by a dragon soul crystal," Nimrodel said gently. "And no ordinary hobbit's eyes would change when speaking words of power." The crystal pulsed again, stronger this time, And Drogon felt something stir within him, a memory not his own, of soaring through cloud-wreathed skies, of communion between dragon and rider so complete they shared one mind, one heart. "We leave at dawn," Barrock announced suddenly, draining his tankard. "The path to Angmar is treacherous, and we have a moon cycle to reach the sacred flames. If we're to restore what was lost, we'd best not delay." As they departed the tavern into the star-filled night, Drogon clutched the crystal close, feeling the life within it respond to his touch. Whatever blood flowed in his veins, hobbit, human, or something older still, it had set him on a path from which there could be no turning back. The last dragon of Eriador would live or perish by his choices, and with it, perhaps the fate of magics older than Middle-earth itself. In the distance, beyond the Etten Moors and the misty mountains, the ancient towers of Angmar waited, silent sentinels of a forgotten age when dragons and their lords had soared together beneath skies untouched by shadow. Story 2. Frost claimed the Shire on a morning when the sun should have warmed freshly tilled fields. The chill descended without warning, a silvery blanket that transformed green hills into crystalline domes and silenced the morning songs of birds. Farmers stood in their doorways, mouths agape, watching as their breath billowed in clouds before them. Children, initially delighted by the unseasonable snow, soon huddled in their hobbit holes as the cold deepened day after day, refusing to yield to the natural order of things. In her small garden at the edge of Hobbiton, Rosie Gamgee knelt before her withering herbs, her fingers, usually adept at coaxing life from soil, now helpless against the unyielding frost. Unlike other hobbits who simply lamented their misfortune, Rosie understood that this was no ordinary winter. The dreams had told her so. For 3 nights, she had walked through ethereal gardens in her sleep, guided by a radiant woman who touched dormant flowers into bloom with slender fingers. "The balance is broken," the luminous figure had whispered. "The relics of the seasons have been taken from the Hall of Elements, and winter shall reign eternal unless they are returned." The lady, whom Rosie somehow knew to be Yavanna herself, giver of fruits and queen of the earth, had placed a small seed in Rosie's palm. "Find those who remember the old ways. Restore what has been stolen." When Rosie awoke on the 4th morning to find the impossible seed sprouting in her closed fist, a tiny golden flower that radiated warmth despite the frost, she knew what she must do. "You're going where?" her father exclaimed when she announced her intention to leave the Shire, with the passes blocked by snow and wolves prowling beyond our borders. "Have you lost your senses, child?" Perhaps she had. Yet as Rosie packed her small satchel with dried herbs, healing salves, and a loaf of seed bread that would not grow stale, she felt more certain of her path than ever before. She donned her mother's old traveling cloak, lined with rabbit fur and embroidered with protective runes along its hem, and slipped the golden flower into her hair where it nestled, still blooming impossibly. At the crossing of the Brandywine River, now frozen solid enough to bear the weight of carts, she encountered her first companion. The elf stood tall against the grey sky, his silver hair catching what little light filtered through the clouds. He tapped a booted foot impatiently on the ice, his breath making no cloud in the frigid air. "You are late, little guardian," he said, not unkindly. "I am Haldir of the Golden Wood, and I have been sent to guide you." "Guide me where?" Rosie asked, pulling her cloak tighter against the chill that seemed not to affect the elf. "To those who will help us reclaim what was stolen," Haldir replied, already striding forward with the fluid grace of his kind. The dreams have called to more than just you. They traveled northward along forgotten paths that Haldir seemed to find by instinct, avoiding the main roads where desperate men and creatures had turned to banditry in the endless winter. On the fifth day, as they sheltered in the hollow of an ancient oak, they were joined by Durgan, a stout dwarf with a beard adorned with silver beads that clinked softly as he moved. "And thought you'd never make it this far," the dwarf grunted, settling his enormous pack beside their small fire. "Not much time left before the balance tips beyond recovery." "You've had the dreams too?" Rosie asked, offering him a piece of her never-diminishing bread. "Dreams? No," Durgan said, accepting the bread with a nod. "The stones speak to us who listen. The crystals in the deep places grow dull and cracked. The earth itself cries out for healing." He reached into his jerkin and produced a small hammer of curious design, inlaid with symbols that seemed to shift when viewed directly. "I am a crafter of the old school. I know how such relics were made. I know how they might be found." Their party grew once more 3 days later, when they encountered a hooded figure sitting calmly in the center of a frozen glade, surrounded by a perfect circle where snow had melted to reveal green grass and tiny white flowers. The stranger's face remained shadowed beneath his hood, but his voice carried the melody of both stars and earth when he spoke. "Ud, the daughter of the giver and the servants of stone and forest," he said, "I have waited for you to find your way to me." "And who might you be?" Durgan demanded, hand straying to the axe at his belt. "I am called Lorien," the stranger replied, rising with fluid grace that matched Haldir's, but seemed somehow older, deeper. "I have wandered these lands since before your kind awoke to consciousness. I have knowledge you will need." Haldir's eyes narrowed. "Your name is taken from the Gardens of Dreams, yet I sense you are neither Maya nor simple elf. What game do you play here?" Lorien merely smiled, revealing eyes that contained both sunlight and shadow. "No game, a penance, perhaps." "Will you accept my aid?" And so the 4 unlikely companions, a hobbit with earth sense, an elven warrior with starsight, a dwarf crafter with stone knowledge, and a mysterious half-elven wanderer with secrets in his eyes, began their quest to recover the stolen relics of the seasons. Their journey took them first to the depths of Mirkwood, where the spring chalice was said to have been hidden. The forest, already a place of shadow and illusion, had grown more perilous under eternal winter. Spiders larger than horses descended from frozen webs, their multiple eyes gleaming with malevolent hunger. It was Haldir who located the hidden entrance to the abandoned elven stronghold, where the chalice had been secreted away, and Durgan who disarmed the ancient traps guarding it. "It should be brimming with life water," Lorien whispered, gazing at the tarnished silver cup they recovered from its stone pedestal. "Someone has drained its power." The summer crown they found in the ruins of what had once been a mighty human kingdom, now buried beneath snow and forgotten by all but the most dedicated lawmasters. Wolves the size of ponies, their fur white as the snow and their eyes burning red, guarded the crumbling throne room where the crown lay. Rosie, to everyone's surprise, including her own, was the one who calmed the beasts, using herbs from her pouch and words that came to her lips unbidden. "The lady guides your tongue," Lorien observed as the wolves settled at Rosie's feet like obedient hounds. "You have more power than you know, little guardian." The autumn scepter led them into the heart of dwarf territory, where Durgan's kin received them with suspicion that turned to reverence when they learned of their quest. In the hidden forges beneath the mountain, Durgan returned the tarnished scepter to its former glory, working metal with a skill that made even Lorien watch in silent appreciation. It was the winter mirror that proved most elusive, drawing them at last to the white towers of Gondor, where humans scurried through streets blanketed in snow, huddled in furs and gazing at the strangers with haunted eyes. "The world dies by degrees," Haldir murmured as they made their way through the once proud city. "Ogi, we have little time." In a forgotten vault beneath the citadel, they finally discovered the Winter Mirror, a disk of polished silver that reflected not faces, but possibilities. Snowfields stretching to eternity, mountains crumbling under the weight of ice, seas locked in endless stillness. As Rosie reached for it, Lorien stepped forward, his hand closing around the mirror before hers could touch it. His hood fell back, revealing features of such terrible beauty that Rosie gasped. "You cannot be," Haldir whispered, recognition and horror dawning on his face. "You fell, or fled." "I am Maglor," the being acknowledged, his voice resonating with the grief of ages. "Last surviving son of Feanor, bound by an oath that cannot be fulfilled and cannot be broken." "You stole the relics," Durgan growled, his axe now in hand. "You brought this winter upon us all." "I did," Maglor admitted, no remorse in his ancient eyes. "I thought to bargain with the Valar, the return of the relics for the release of my father and brothers from the void. A final desperate attempt to undo the doom that has haunted my line for millennia." "And would you condemn all of Middle-earth to eternal winter for this bargain?" Rosie asked, stepping forward. The golden flower in her hair blazed suddenly, illuminating the vault with the light of a summer sun. "Would you purchase your family's freedom with the lives of countless innocents?" Maglor's face, beautiful and terrible in its immortal sorrow, seemed to crack like ice in spring. "I have wandered this world for ages beyond your comprehension, little hobbit. I have watched civilizations rise and fall. I have sung laments that would break your heart to hear. And still, my brothers remain beyond reach, my father's spirit bound in darkness. Some losses cannot be undone," Rosie said gently, reaching out to touch his hand where it clutched the mirror. "But must you compound them with more suffering? Is that what your father would wish, more pain brought forth in his name?" A silence fell, broken only by the distant howling of wind through the stone corridors of the citadel. Then slowly, Maglor's fingers loosened. "No," he whispered, "he would not." Under Durgan's guidance, they arranged the four relics in their proper alignment: the chalice of spring, the crown of summer, the scepter of autumn, and the mirror of winter, forming a perfect circle on the stone floor. At Haldir's instruction, each companion took a position at a cardinal point, representing the element most aligned with their nature. "What must we do now?" Rosie asked, standing before the chalice, which had begun to fill with clear water that steamed in the frozen air. "We must give of ourselves," Maglor answered, his voice steadier now. "The relics require essence freely given to restore the balance." One by one, they made their offerings. Durgan contributed a perfect gemstone, placing it in the scepter's setting where it blazed with inner fire. Haldir gave a lock of his silver hair to the crown, which wove it into its structure until the crown itself seemed to shimmer with starlight. Maglor sang a single pure note into the mirror, which rippled like water though its surface remained solid. And Rosie, following the guidance that had led her from her home, placed the golden flower from her hair into the chalice, where it dissolved into light that spread upward in expanding rings. The chamber filled with radiance as the relics awakened, their powers joining in harmony for the first time in an age. Above them, the frozen clouds parted, allowing sunshine to stream through forgotten skylights in the vault ceiling. "It is done," Maglor said, watching as the light encircled them all. "The balance is restored. The seasons will return to their natural cycle, "And what of you?" Rosie asked, seeing both ancient weariness and newfound peace in the immortal's eyes. Maglor smiled, a genuine expression that transformed his face into something almost young. "I will continue my wandering, but with a lighter heart. Perhaps there is redemption even for the sons of Feanor if we seek to heal rather than possess." As they emerged from the citadel into the warming air, they found the citizens of Gondor emerging from their homes. Faces turned in wonder to the melting snow and the patches of blue sky appearing overhead. Children laughed, reaching to catch the droplets falling from icicles that had adorned the city for too long. "The world renews itself quickly when given the chance," Haldir observed. Rosie nodded, feeling the soft breeze that promised spring stirring her curls. The journey home would be long, but she carried with her knowledge no hobbit had possessed in an age, and the certainty that sometimes the smallest hands could indeed turn the wheel of fate. Behind them, unseen by any save, perhaps Rosie herself, the faint figure of a radiant woman smiled upon the little company before fading into the growing light of a world reborn. Story 3. The Shire burned. Flames licked at thatch roofs and garden fences, painting the night sky a lurid orange that obscured the stars. Podopesfolia winced as another scream pierced the darkness, his fingers trembling around the worn leather grip of his grandfather's hammer. The weight of it, once comfortable in his practiced blacksmith's hand, now seemed to pull him earthward with terrible purpose. Crouched within the hidden cellar beneath his forge, Podo pressed his eye to a crack in the floorboards above. Shadow shapes moved through his workshop, hulking, misshapen forms that growled in guttural tongues as they overturned anvils and scattered tools with reckless abandon. "And defined it," hissed a voice that slithered like oil on water. "The general wants the hammer. He says the halfling smith has it." Podo's breath caught in his throat. They had come for his inheritance. A simple blacksmith's hammer passed down through 4 generations of Pesvola smiths. The notion seemed absurd, yet the evidence of its importance burned all around him. A hidden latch clicked beneath his fingers, his great-grandfather's secret, a tunnel that led away from the forge and out beyond the boundaries of Hobbiton. The time for questions had passed. With one last glance at the home he had known all his life, Podo slipped into the darkness, the hammer tucked firmly in his belt. The tunnel opened onto the banks of the Brandywine, far from the chaos engulfing the Shire. Behind him, the red glow of his homeland smoldered against the night, but ahead lay only the unknown territories that hobbits spoke of in hushed whispers over ale. The lands of big folk, of ancient magic and forgotten perils. "East," Podo murmured to himself, recalling his grandfather's words when he had bequeathed the hammer. "If darkness ever comes to the Shire, take Cullard to the Blue Mountains. The stone folk remember Cullard." Not just the hammer, but a name spoken with reverence in those final moments before his grandfather's passing. Podo had thought it merely the sentimental attachment of an old craftsman to his favorite tool. Now, with orcs burning the Shire in search of it, such innocence seemed foolish. Dawn found him trudging through the outskirts of the old forest, his hobbit feet, tough as they were, beginning to blister from the unaccustomed pace. The hammer at his side seemed to grow warmer with each step eastward, and occasionally, when his hand brushed its metal head, Podo could have sworn he heard a faint ringing like distant anvils being struck. 7 days of furtive travel brought Podo to the foothills of the Blue Mountains. Here, ancient pines stood sentinel over stone paths that wound upward into mist-shrouded heights. Hunger gnawed at his belly, and exhaustion dragged at his limbs, yet the hammer drove him onward, its presence a constant pressure at his side. As dusk fell on the 7th day, Podo stumbled upon a clearing where a solitary figure sat beside a small fire. The stranger was clearly a dwarf, broad-shouldered and strong-limbed, with an intricate beard adorned with silver beads that clinked softly as he turned to regard the approaching hobbit. "So," the dwarf said, his voice deep as mountain roots, "the hammer returns at last to the shadow of its forging." Podo halted mid-step. You know of my hammer?" The dwarf's laughter rumbled like distant thunder. "Your hammer? Oh, little smith, that is like a field mouse claiming ownership of the mountain beneath which it burrows." He gestured to the stone beside him. "Sit, eat. You look half dead with hunger, and we have much to discuss." Warily, Podo settled himself by the fire, accepting a bowl of thick stew that the dwarf ladled from a pot suspended above the flames. The food revived him somewhat, though suspicion still clouded his thoughts. "I am Barundir," the dwarf offered, "Lore Keeper of the Moria lineage and guardian of the ancient remembrances." "Podo Pesfola," the hobbit replied, "blacksmith of Hobbiton." "Or I was, until orcs burned it to the ground searching for this." He patted the hammer at his side. Barundir's eyes gleamed in the firelight. They were led by one calling himself General Gorkill, no doubt, a servant of darker powers who has long sought what you carry so casually at your hip. "It's a blacksmith's hammer," Podo protested, though his voice lacked conviction. "It is Khaladzad," Barundir corrected, pronouncing the name with such reverence that the very air seemed to still around them. "The Forge of Destiny, crafted in the First Age from star metal and dragonfire. In the Elder tongue, its name means that which shapes what must be." Podo's fingers traced the worn engravings on the hammer's head, markings he had always assumed were merely decorative. "My great-grandfather was just a simple smith." "Your great-grandfather," Barundir said gently, "was the last keeper, chosen by Khaladzad itself. The hammer chooses who will wield it, and it has chosen through your bloodline for generations." The dwarf leaned forward, his face solemn in the dancing light. But now it must fulfill its original purpose, for the prophecy comes to fruition in our time." "Prophecy," Podo echoed, a chill running down his spine despite the fire's warmth. Barundir withdrew a small scroll from within his tunic and unrolled it with careful hands. Upon it, rendered in faded ink, was the image of a small figure holding aloft a hammer from which radiated lines of power. Around the central figure stood representatives of 4 races: elf, dwarf, human, and hobbit, their hands joined in a circle of unity. "When shadow stirs beneath the ash, and ancient evil wakes from sleep," Barundir recited, "the forge shall call with thunderous voice to one whose hands are small but deep. 4 races sundered shall be bound by smithcraft of the chosen hand, to forge anew what was unmade and drive the darkness from the land." Podo stared at the scroll, his mind refusing to grasp its implications. "You think this is about me? I'm just a hobbit. I've never even left the Shire before today." "The greatest heroes rarely set out intending to be such," Barundir replied. "And they simply answer when necessity calls." The dwarf's gaze fell upon the hammer. "Khaladzad is more than a tool. It is the last of the great forging artifacts, capable of creating weapons that can slay even beings of immortal essence. And it has chosen you, Podo Pesfola, to wield it against the Lord of Ashes before he fully awakens and consumes our world in eternal fire." The hobbit's hands trembled as he withdrew the hammer from his belt, seeing it now with new eyes. In the firelight, the metal seemed to shift and flow like liquid silver, and the engravings along its surface glowed with a faint blue luminescence. "Who is this Lord of Ashes?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. An ancient evil from before the shaping of Middle-earth, Barundir answered. A being of fire and shadow who was defeated but never destroyed in the elder days. For millennia, he has slumbered, gathering strength, waiting for the moment when the vigilance of the free peoples waned enough for his return. And that moment is now. It approaches swiftly. Already his servants move across the land, preparing for his full awakening. The attack on your Shire was but one thread in a greater tapestry of darkness being woven across Middle-earth. Podo felt the weight of the hammer, of Khaladzad in his palms. A simple blacksmith's tool that was apparently anything but simple. What would you have me do? I know nothing of quests or prophecies or battling ancient evils. First, Barundir said, rising to his feet, we must journey to the hidden forges beneath these mountains, where I will teach you to awaken Khaladzad's true power. Then, we must gather representatives of the 4 races who are willing to stand against the coming darkness. He extinguished the fire with a swift kick of dirt. But the road will be long and fraught with peril, Master Pezfola. Are you prepared to walk it? Podo thought of the Shire in flames, of families fleeing their burning homes, of the malice in the voices of those who had come searching for the hammer now revealed as Khaladzad. He thought of his quiet forge, of the simple joy of shaping metal with skill and patience. That life seemed distant now, separated from him by more than just miles. I don't know if I'm prepared, he admitted, but it seems I must be. The forges of the Blue Mountains blazed with ancient fires, their cavernous chambers echoing with the ringing of hammer on anvil, as Podo learned the secrets of Khaladzad under Barundir's watchful eye. Days stretched into weeks as the hobbit's hands grew calloused and sure, his arms strengthening with each strike of the legendary hammer. The metal remembers, Barundir instructed, as Podo shaped a blade of curious design upon the dwarvish anvil. Every strike imparts not just force, but intent. Khaladzad magnifies that intent, binds it to the very essence of what you forge. When Podo finally lifted the completed sword from the quenching oil, it glowed not with heat, but with an inner light that cast no shadows. Its edge, when tested against a block of solid iron, passed through as if the metal were no more substantial than still water. The first of the Bane blades, Barundir announced with satisfaction. Forged to pierce the veil between flesh and spirit, to wound that which believes itself beyond wounding. As spring yielded to summer, Podo and Barundir set forth from the Blue Mountains, the newly forged sword wrapped in cloth and secured across the hobbit's back. Their path led first to the settlements of men along the western shores, where tales of darkness stirring in the east had already taken root. In the coastal city of Lond Dare, they found Arahael, a ranger of Arna, whose family had maintained vigil over ancient tombs where, legends claimed, the Lord of Ashes had once been imprisoned. The tall, weathered man had recently found those tombs broken open from within, their sealing runes shattered. Whatever was bound there has awakened, Arahael confirmed gravely. I tracked the disturbance northward through the Weather Hills before losing the trail in the Etten Moors. With the ranger joined to their cause, the company turned eastward toward the forests of the Elven realms. Summer waned as they traveled, and with the first frosted leaves of autumn, they entered the golden woods of Lothlorien, seeking audience with the legendary Elven king Thranduilion. The Elven city gleamed like a constellation brought to earth, its silver spires and walkways winding through the massive malin trees. Here, time itself seemed to move differently, days blending dreamlike into one another as they awaited the king's summons. When at last they stood before Thranduilion, Podo felt diminished by the elf lord's ageless beauty and the weight of wisdom in his ancient eyes. Yet those eyes widened in recognition when they fell upon Khaladzad hanging at the hobbit's side. "The Forge of Destiny," Thranduilion murmured, descending from his throne to kneel before Podo. "I watched it being forged in the days before the breaking of Thangarodrim. We had thought it lost in the cataclysm. Then you understand why we seek your aid," Barundia pressed. "The prophecy speaks of 4 races united. Already we count dwarf, hobbit and man among our company." Thranduilion's face grew troubled. "I understand more than you know, Lawkeeper. The enemy you seek has indeed awakened, but not in the form you expect." His gaze settled on Podo with something akin to pity. "Tell me, young smith, who taught you your craft in the Shire? Who guided your hand when you first took up the hammer?" A chill settled in Podo's stomach. "My mentor, Gandron the Wanderer. He came to the Shire when I was but a child, recognized my talent, and taught me the finer points of metallurgy." "Described him," Thranduilion commanded softly. "Tall for a human, with a beard gone mostly to grey. Eyes the color of forge coals, a burn scar across his left palm in the shape of a starburst." Podo's voice faltered as he saw the growing horror on the Elf King's face. "Why? What is it?" "The mark of the binding," Thranduilion whispered. "The starburst burn was the seal placed upon the Lord of Ashes when he was imprisoned, a brand that even his spirit could not shed." The realization struck Podo like a physical blow. "Gandron, my teacher, is the Lord of Ashes, but he was kind, patient. He taught me everything I know of smithcraft." "He taught you to use Khaladzad," Barundir said, understanding dawning in his eyes. "He groomed you to awaken its power, knowing that only a wielder of pure intent could do so. And now that you have, Thranduilion finished, he will come to claim both you and the hammer. With Khaladzad in his possession, he could forge weapons to unmake the very foundations of Middle-earth." Podo's mind raced through memories of his apprenticeship, Gandron's insistence that he handle his grandfather's hammer, the subtle guidance toward ancient forging techniques, the stories of legendary weapons from the elder days, all of it preparation for this moment. "He used me," Podo whispered, his hands clenching into fists. "All these years, he was using me, and now he uses your homeland as bait," Arahael added grimly. "The orcs who attacked the Shire, they were not just seeking the hammer, they were ensuring you would flee, would seek out knowledge of Khaladzad's true nature." Thranduilion rose, his decision made. "The elves will stand with you, Podo Pesfolha. We will march for the Shire with all haste, for I fear that is where the final confrontation must occur. The Lord of Ashes will have prepared his stronghold there, at the heart of what you love, knowing you will come." Under the golden canopy of Lothlorien, as the 4 races gathered in council, Podo felt the weight of Khaladzad at his side, no longer just a cherished inheritance, but a burden of destiny. His small hands, calloused from years at the forge, now held the fate of Middle-earth within their grasp. "I'm just a blacksmith," he said quietly, more to himself than to the august company around him. "No," Thranduilion corrected with gentle certainty, "you are the forgemaster of destiny, foretold in prophecy. And before this winter's end, you will either save our world or watch it consumed in the fires from which all evil was first shaped." As autumn leaves spiraled down around them, Podo's fingers closed around Khaladzad's haft, feeling the ancient power that had always dwelled within it respond to his touch. The hammer that had shaped horseshoes and plowshares in his humble forge would now shape the fate of all free peoples. "Then let us return to the Shire," the hobbit declared, straightening to his full height. "I have unfinished business with my former teacher." And so the unlikely alliance of hobbit, dwarf, man and elf set forth toward the west, where shadow and flame awaited their coming, and where Podopes Foller would confront the terrible truth that had been hiding in plain sight throughout his entire life. Story 4. The earth of the Shire cracked like ancient parchment beneath the relentless sun, fractures spreading through once verdant gardens where only memory remained of lush greenery. Hobbits gathered at the dwindling Brandywine River, watching with solemn eyes as the waterline retreated day by day, leaving fish stranded in shrinking pools and boats listing uselessly in mud. No rain had blessed these lands for 117 days, a count kept with grim precision by old Proudfoot on a tally board outside the Green Dragon Inn. In her family's burrow at the edge of Bywater, Lila Took pressed her forehead against the cool earth of the root cellar wall, seeking relief from the oppressive heat that had transformed the Shire into an unrecognizable wasteland. At 26, she possessed none of the proper hobbit virtues her mother endlessly catalogued: patience, predictability, punctuality, but rather a restless spirit that had earned her the unflattering nickname Took the Trouble among the elders of Hobbiton. "Lila, where have you hidden yourself now, child?" Her mother's exasperated voice echoed down the corridor. "But the water ration cart is passing, and we need every drop." With a sigh, Lila pushed herself from the wall, dislodging a small shower of dirt from the cellar's curved ceiling. As the dust settled, a glint of something metallic caught her eye. A corner of what appeared to be a frame, long embedded in the earthen wall. Curiosity piqued. She scratched at the surrounding soil until her fingernails revealed the edge of an ornate silver frame. Lila Took. "This instant. Coming, mother," she called back, even as her fingers continued to work feverishly at her discovery. With a final tug, the object came free. Not just a frame, but an intricately detailed silver map encased in glass, its surface etched with flowing script and curious symbols that seemed to shift in the dim light. Extraordinary," she whispered, tracing the outlines of landforms she recognized: the misty mountains, the great forests of Mirkwood, and rivers that stretched like veins across Middle-earth. At 4 points across the map, small crystals had been embedded into the silver, each pulsing with a faint, barely perceptible light. The watchtowers of Ulmo stand guard where sky meets sea. 4 keys to unlock the waters of the world, bound by silver and starlight, guarded by the children of the deep. The flowing script beneath the map seemed to shimmer as she read the words aloud, and for a brief moment, Lila could have sworn she heard the distant rush of water. Her contemplation was shattered by the sound of the burrow's round door crashing open, followed by hushed, urgent voices, her mother's rising in alarm, and a deeper, unfamiliar tone responding with quiet insistence. "I assure you, madam, as an emissary of the White Council, I have authority to investigate all unusual occurrences in this drought. If your daughter has found anything of significance, it is her duty to report it." Hastily tucking the map into the folds of her skirt, Lila scrambled up the cellar steps. In the entrance hall stood a tall figure stooping beneath the curved ceiling. A human man draped in scholarly robes of deep blue, his silver-streaked beard neatly trimmed and his eyes sharp with intelligence. "Ah, there she is," the stranger said, his gaze immediately fixing on the bulge in Lila's skirt where the map was concealed. "Young lady, I am Magister Vaughan. I've come to offer assistance to the Shire in these difficult times. Might I ask what treasure you've discovered in your family's cellar?" Something in his too eager smile raised Lila's hackles. "Nothing of interest, sir." "Just an old family trinket." "Indeed." Vaughan stepped forward, his hand outstretched. "May I see this trinket?" Ancient objects often hold secrets that might help us understand the drought's cause. Before Lila could retreat, Vaughn's fingers closed around her wrist with surprising strength. His sleeve rode up, revealing a curious mark on his forearm, a snowflake pattern etched in pale blue against his skin. "The mark of the Frost Court," came a new voice, low and musical from the open doorway. A tall, slender figure stood silhouetted against the harsh sunlight, clearly elven, with silver-white hair and eyes so dark they seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. To release the halfling, servant of Morgana, or taste the bite of shadow steel. Vaughn's face contorted with rage as he flung Lila aside, raising his hands as blue light crackled between his fingertips. "Galadorn Darkeye, your interference is unwelcome as always." "So I've been told," the elf replied dryly, drawing a blade that seemed formed of solidified shadow. "And yet here I stand." Lila scrambled backward as ice crystals began forming along the burrow's walls, spreading with alarming speed as Vaughn gathered his power. The temperature plummeted, her breath suddenly visible in the frigid air. "Run, young one!" Galadorn commanded, lunging forward with inhuman grace. "Take what you found and flee." "I will find you beyond the Brandywine crossing." Terror and confusion propelled Lila through the kitchen and out the back entrance of the burrow. The silver map clutched tightly against her chest. Behind her, the clash of steel against ice and shouted incantations faded as she raced through withered gardens and down dusty lanes, not daring to look back until she had reached the edge of Bywater. When she finally paused to catch her breath, smoke was rising from the direction of her home. "The drought is no natural occurrence," Galadorn explained later that evening as they made camp in the shelter of an ancient oak at the edge of the old forest. The elf had found her at the Brandywine crossing as promised, moving silently through the twilight with only a slight limp betraying his earlier battle. "It is the first stage of Morgana's grand design." Morgana, Lila turned the unfamiliar name over in her mouth. "The Queen of Frost, an ancient power who dwells in the far northern wastes beyond the Ettenmoors. For millennia she has slumbered, but now she wakes, and with her waking comes her ambition to transform all of Middle-earth into her frozen domain." Lila unfolded the silver map in the flickering firelight. "And this? What connection does it have to her plans?" Galadorn's dark eyes widened as he beheld the artifact. "The Chart of Tides," he breathed, his normally composed features registering shock. "I had thought it lost an age ago, when the last of the marine wizards passed into the West." Marine wizards, the servants of Ulmo, Lord of Waters. They crafted the 4 keys that control the ancient waterways of Middle-earth, the rivers, lakes, springs, and rains that bring life to the land. His slender finger traced the 4 crystals embedded in the map. Each key controls a quarter of Middle-earth's waters. With them, Morgana could complete her spell of eternal winter, freezing not just the surface waters, but the deep aquifers and hidden springs, ensuring that nothing green ever grows again in these lands. Lila stared at the map with new understanding. "So, she's already stolen the keys, that's why there's no rain." "No," Galadorn said, his brow furrowed. "She has not yet claimed them, or we would already be encased in ice. She has merely disrupted the natural flow, redirecting the waters away from the surface lands, storing that power for her greater working. The keys remain hidden, but not for long. Her servants, like your Magister Vaughn, search for them even now." "Then we must find them first," Lila declared, with a determination that surprised even herself. "Before the solstice." Galadorn's eyebrow arched elegantly. "Indeed. But the journey will take us through the Barrow Downs, across the Weather Hills, and into the very shadow of the Ettenmoors." No place for a young hobbit who has never ventured beyond her burrow's garden. I'm a tuck, Lila replied, lifting her chin. Adventure runs in our blood, even if most of the Shire pretends otherwise. She glanced at the map again, a thought suddenly occurring to her. Galadorn. Why was this hidden in my family's burrow? We're not wizards or great heroes. We're just hobbits. The elf studied her for a long moment, firelight dancing across his ancient eyes. That, little one, is the first true mystery we must unravel. The first key they found beneath the marshlands beyond the Barrow Downs, a crystal sphere nested in a silver setting, shaped like cresting waves, hidden within a cairn that rose from the brackish waters only during the new moon. Dead hands had reached for them from the dark waters as Lila stretched to claim the artifact, but Galadorn's shadow steel blade had kept the marshwights at bay. The second key awaited them in the ruins of an ancient lighthouse at the mouth of the Grey Flood River, guarded by siren spirits whose haunting songs nearly lured Lila to her death before Galadorn's quick thinking and a pair of wax earplugs saved her. With each key recovered, Lila felt a change within herself, a growing awareness of water in all its forms, from the moisture in the air to the slow trickle of underground streams far beneath their feet. The map, too, transformed, the script along its borders growing more luminous, revealing passages and secrets previously invisible. On the eve of their journey to claim the third key, reported to lie within the depths of Lake Avendim, Lila sat studying the map by moonlight while Galadorn kept watch. There's something familiar about these inscriptions, she murmured, tracing the flowing script with her fingertip. I feel as though I've seen them before, though I know that's impossible. Is it? Galadorn asked quietly. But tell me of your grandfather, Lila took. Surprised by the question, she glanced up. Grandfather Mungo, well, most of the Shire considers him rather addled. He sits by the pond behind his burrow for hours, whispering to the water, claims it whispers back. She smiled fondly. He used to tell the most fantastic stories when I was small, tales of sea kingdoms and water spirits and great battles beneath the waves. And have you noticed, Galadorn pressed, how your family's gardens remained green long after others withered? How your well has never run dry, even as the Brandywine itself shrinks to a trickle? A chill that had nothing to do with the night air crept down Lila's spine. What are you suggesting? That perhaps the last of the marine wizards did not sail west after all? That perhaps he chose a quieter fate, settling in the peaceful Shire, marrying, raising a family, passing his legacy to descendants who never suspected the power in their bloodline? Grandfather Mungo. A wizard? Lila laughed, but the sound died quickly as scattered memories reassembled themselves with new meaning. Her grandfather's strange mumblings that sometimes preceded unexpected rainstorms, the way fish would leap from the water at his approach, the curious glass vials of what he called sea memories that lined his study shelves. We must return to the Shire, she said suddenly, rolling up the map with trembling hands. Before seeking the third key, if what you say is true, Grandfather is in grave danger. Vaughn will have realized the connection by now. They arrived too late. Grandfather Mungo's burrow stood open to the elements, its circular door splintered and frost-rimed. Inside, furniture lay overturned, and the walls bore the scorch marks of magical conflict. Of the old hobbit himself, there was no sign save a trail of water droplets leading away from the shattered remains of his sea memory, vials. They've taken him to Morgana, Galadorn said grimly, examining marks on the floor. Vaughn was here with ice trolls. See the claw marks on the timber. Your grandfather did not go easily, though. The puddles bear witness to his resistance. Lila knelt, dipping her fingers into one of the small pools that dotted the burrow floor. As her skin touched the water, a vision flashed behind her eyes, towering spires of ice, a throne room carved from a glacier, and her grandfather bound in chains of crystalline frost. Defiance still burning in his rheumy eyes as a tall, eerily beautiful woman with skin like blue-white porcelain circled him predatorily. "At the Frost Palace," she gasped, "beyond the Etten Moors. That's where they've taken him." Galadorn stared at her in astonishment. "You saw this? Through the water?" Lila nodded, equally surprised. "The map, the keys. Something has awakened inside me, Galadorn. I can feel the waters calling." "The bloodline stirs," the elf murmured. "We have little time." The solstice approaches in 3 days, and with it, Morgana's working of the eternal winter. We must recover the final 2 keys and reach the Frost Palace before then. "No," Lila said, a plan forming in her mind as she studied the silver map, which now revealed new markings, a hidden path through the mountains, a secret entrance to the palace itself. We go directly to Morgana's stronghold. She has gathered what we seek, my grandfather, likely the remaining keys as well. We shall bring the 2 keys we possess and meet her where she least expects resistance. "That is madness," Galadorn protested. "The 2 of us against the Queen of Frost in her seat of power." Lila's fingers traced the outline of a small pond on the map, her grandfather's pond, which now glowed with the same luminescence as the 4 key crystals. "Not just the 2 of us," she said softly. "The waters remember those who have spoken to them with kindness. And Grandfather Mungo has been whispering to this pond for 60 years. The Frost Palace rose from the northern wastes like a twisted parody of natural beauty, jagged spires of ice reaching toward a sky heavy with snow-laden clouds, its translucent walls refracting cold blue light across the barren landscape. Within its great hall, Morgana reclined upon a throne of millennia-old glacier ice, her beauty as terrible as a midwinter midnight, all sharp edges and cold perfection. Before her, chained to the crystalline floor, knelt Mungo Took, seemingly a frail old hobbit, yet his eyes burned with the wisdom and power of ages. "The solstice approaches, last tide caller," Morgana said, her voice like icicles shattering on stone. "Surrender the location of the final key, and I shall make your end swift. Refuse, and you shall watch as I transform your beloved Shire into an eternal wasteland of ice, its inhabitants frozen in their final moments of terror." Mungo spat at the foot of her throne, the spittle freezing before it touched the floor. "You've always lacked imagination, Morgana. All this power, and the best future you can envision is a world locked in stasis, devoid of change or growth." The Frost Queen's perfect features contorted with rage as she rose from her throne, frost patterns spreading around her feet with each step. "You denied me once before, Tidecaller, when you chose that mortal woman over immortality at my side. I will not be denied again." She raised her hand, ice crystals forming between her long fingers, coalescing into a dagger of impossible sharpness. "Perhaps the death of your granddaughter will loosen your tongue. My servants report she approaches even now, foolishly bringing the remaining keys directly to me." A slow smile spread across Mungo's weathered face. "Ah, Lila." Right on time. The great doors of the throne room burst open, admitting not guards with prisoners, but a towering wall of water that surged forward with sentient purpose. Riding its crest stood Lila, the 4 crystal keys hovering in a circle before her, spinning with increasing speed as Galadorn raced alongside the wave, shadow steel blade flashing as it cut down the ice guards who attempted to flank the approach. "Impossible!" Morgana shrieked, summoning her power to create a barrier of crystalline ice before her throne. "The keys cannot be used by a mere halfling." "I am not mere anything," Lila called over the roar of the waters, which now encircled the throne, melting through the icy defenses as if they were spring snow. "I am the granddaughter of the last tidecaller, and the waters remember our family's voice." The four keys spun faster, creating a vortex of energy that connected with Mungo despite his chains. Father and granddaughter locked eyes across the throne room, and in that moment, knowledge older than the Shire itself passed between them. Incantations in the forgotten language of Ulmo's servants, gestures that guided rather than commanded the elemental forces of water. Together, they spoke a single word of power. The Frost Palace trembled, ice cracking along its foundations as the gathered waters of Middle-earth answered the call of their rightful guardians. Morgana's scream of rage transformed into terror as her throne room filled not with destructive floodwaters, but with the gentle, inexorable pressure of spring thaw, water in its most patient form, seeping into every crack, expanding with quiet determination. "You cannot destroy me," the Frost Queen wailed, her perfect form already beginning to dissolve as the ancient spells that had preserved her immortality unraveled beneath the power of the reunited keys. "I am eternal as winter itself." "Winter is not eternal," Mungo replied gently, his chains melting away as he stood to his full height, still a hobbit in stature, yet somehow seeming to fill the vast chamber with his presence. "Or that is its beauty and its necessity. Winter yields to spring, as all things must change to allow new life to flourish." As Morgana's physical form collapsed into a shower of harmless snowflakes, Lila felt the keys pulse once more in recognition of their true guardians, before scattering to the four winds, returning to their watchtowers until needed again in some future age. Outside the crumbling Frost Palace, the first warm raindrops in over 100 days began to fall across the northern wastes, a life-bringing precipitation that would soon spread across all of Middle-earth. "Well done, my girl," Mungo said, embracing his granddaughter with arms that felt surprisingly strong for one so seemingly frail. "The waters have recognized their new guardian." "Me?" Lila's eyes widened. "But I know nothing of being a—" "Whatever it is you are," Mungo laughed, the sound as refreshing as a mountain stream. "A tide caller, and you know more than you think. Besides, I've centuries yet to teach you. We're a long-lived bunch, our family line. How else do you think I've maintained the appearance of a spry 90-year-old for the past 200 years? As they made their way from the melting ruins with Galadorn, Lila felt the silver map grow warm against her skin, where she had tucked it into her blouse. Withdrawing it, she found the parchment transforming, the silver frame flowing like quicksilver, reshaping itself into a delicate circlet that settled naturally upon her brow. "The crown of tides," Mungo said approvingly. "It suits you, Lila Took, guardian of the ancient keys." The rain fell steadily around them as they began the long journey home, washing away the last vestiges of Morgana's winter and awakening the sleeping seeds beneath the soil. By the time they reached the borders of the Shire, green shoots would already be pushing through the newly moistened earth, and the brandy wine would once more flow full and vibrant with life. And in a small burrow at the edge of Bywater, a special pond would await its guardian's return, a quiet portal to powers and responsibilities that would forevermore be the secret legacy of an otherwise unremarkable hobbit family. Story 5. The autumn sun cast long golden shadows across the rolling hills of the Shire as the elven caravan passed like whispers through the land. Tall, graceful figures wrapped in silver-grey cloaks that seemed to capture the very light of the fading day. Most hobbits merely watched from a respectful distance, pipes in hand, as these ancient beings journeyed west toward the Grey Havens. But for Merry Brandybuck, known to his friends as Merry, that misty evening brought an unexpected visitor to his round green door, a package wrapped in leaves that did not wither, bound with thread that gleamed like starlight. Inside lay a single book, its leather cover unmarked, save for intricate patterns that seemed to shift when not directly observed. The note accompanying it contained just one line in elegant script. When the last page is translated, the path will open. Merry's reputation as a scholar and translator of obscure texts had spread beyond the Shire's borders, though he had never expected it to reach elven ears. His study, a cluttered room filled with maps, scrolls, and curiosities gathered from the few adventures he'd permitted himself, would now host what appeared to be his greatest challenge. The first night, he merely examined the book without opening it. The binding was unlike any he had encountered, not stitched but somehow grown, as if the pages and cover had once been a living thing that chose to become a vessel for knowledge. When he finally turned to the first page under the warm glow of candlelight, the script that greeted him belonged to no language he recognized. The letters seemed to dance, rearranging themselves when he blinked, yet somehow remaining fixed when he focused his attention. 3 days passed before he deciphered the first paragraph, working through ancient elven grammar forms and symbolic references that predated the common tongue by millennia. The text spoke of a time before the First Age, when the world was younger still, when elves and dwarves, men and beings now forgotten to history, came together to build a repository of all knowledge, the Library of Secrets. Not a physical structure, Merry muttered to himself, translating the cryptic passage, but a covenant of wisdom dispersed among all free peoples, too dangerous for any one race to possess entirely. As weeks turned to months, strange occurrences became commonplace in Merry's comfortable hobbit hole. Pages that appeared blank in the morning light revealed themselves under moonlight. Words translated one day would shift their meaning the next, requiring constant revision, and most troubling of all, a tall figure in golden armor had been seen standing motionless on distant hills, watching Merry's home. Then came the dreams, vivid visions of a white tower rising from a sea of ash, its peak disappearing into clouds that swirled with impossible colors. In these dreams, Merry would approach the tower's doorless walls, only to find himself suddenly inside a vast circular chamber lined with empty shelves, while a voice whispered, "The Keeper awaits." On a particularly cold morning, when frost clung to the windows and smoke curled lazily from the chimney, a sharp knock startled Merry from his work. At his door stood his young niece Estella, her cheeks flushed with winter's bite and excitement. "Uncle Merry," she said breathlessly, "there's a wizard at the Green Dragon asking for you by name." Mithrandir, as the elves called him, Gandalf to most others, sat in the corner of the inn, his grey robes dusty from long travel, his eyes bright with purpose beneath bushy brows. Before Merry could even greet him, the wizard spoke in a low voice. "You've had the book for nearly a year now, Master Brandybuck. I believe it's time we discussed what you found." That night, by the fire in Merry's study, the wizard examined the half-translated text while Merry explained the strange phenomena surrounding his work. Gandalf nodded gravely. "The book is awakening as you translate it," he said. "It was written to reveal itself only when the time was right, and to the right person." He fixed Merry with a penetrating gaze. "I have been searching for this book for 3 ages of this world." The following morning brought another visitor, tall and proud, with eyes like polished emeralds and hair the color of autumn leaves, Findarato. He called himself an elf lord from the eastern forests who had not joined the exodus to the undying lands. "My people sent word of the book's placement," he said coldly. "I've come to retrieve it." Gandalf intervened before tensions could rise. "The book chose Meriadoc," he stated firmly, "and it is not yet fully translated." Findarato's expression darkened. "You do not understand the danger. The library was sealed for a reason." Their argument was interrupted by Estella's arrival. Small even for a hobbit, with keen eyes and a curious mind, she had always been Merry's favorite, but today she brought disturbing news. "Uncle, I found this in the garden," she said, holding out a golden arrow. When Merry touched it, Estella gasped. "I saw him, the Golden Knight, in my mind. When you touched it too, he's coming." Estella's gift had manifested early in her life, the ability to glimpse fragments of the past when touching ancient objects. Now it seemed their connections had somehow amplified her ability. That evening, as the four unlikely companions gathered around Merry's table, their decision was made. The translation must be completed, but not here, not in the Shire. The Golden Knight, identified by Findarato as one of the ancient guardians of the library, would not stop pursuing the book. "The old city of Fornost," Gandalf suggested. "What remains of its libraries may aid our translation, and its ruins hold secrets of their own." Their journey north was fraught with challenges. The Golden Knight was not the only danger pursuing them. Shadows moved at the edges of their camp each night, and Findarato admitted reluctantly that certain factions among his own people wished the library's knowledge to remain solely in elven hands. Along the weather-beaten roads and hidden paths they traveled, Merry continued his translation work. With each completed page, the book's revelations grew more profound. The library, it seemed, was not merely a collection of knowledge, but a pact between the free peoples of Middle-earth. Each race had been entrusted with fragments of dangerous wisdom, secrets of creation and unmaking, of powers that shaped the very foundations of the world. The sundering came when trust failed. Merry read one evening by campfire light. When one keeper sought all fragments, the library withdrew itself from the world. Findarato, who had grown less distant as their journey progressed, looked troubled. "The last alliance," he murmured. "Before the great battles against Sauron, there was an attempt to reunite the library. The knowledge was deemed necessary for the war effort, and it failed," Gandalf added solemnly. "Some secrets are too perilous, even in times of great need." When they finally reached the windswept ruins of Fornost, ancient seat of the kings of Arnor, now abandoned for 1,000 years, snow was beginning to dust the crumbling stonework. At the heart of the ruins stood a circular foundation, perhaps once a tower or temple, its stones arranged in patterns that matched the shifting designs on the book's cover. As night fell, Merry worked feverishly to translate the final pages, while Gandalf and Findarato prepared arcane protections around their camp. Estella kept watch, her small hands clutching an ancient dagger given to her by the Elf Lord. The last words came together under Merry's pen just as moonlight broke through the clouds, illuminating the circular stones. The final passage read, "The library exists not in stone and mortar, but in the covenant between keepers. When wisdom is divided, it is preserved. When united in one vessel, it becomes a flame that may consume the world." The ground beneath them trembled. The circular stones began to glow with an inner light, and from their center rose a column of radiance that stretched toward the stars. Within that light, shapes and symbols swirled, knowledge taking physical form. The library reveals itself. Gandalf whispered in awe, but their wonder was interrupted by the thunderous arrival of the Golden Knight, his armor catching the magical light as he strode toward them. His visor lifted to reveal not flesh but light in the shape of a face. "The pact is remembered," the Guardian spoke, his voice resonating through stone and bone alike. "But incomplete. A keeper must be chosen to maintain the division of knowledge." Understanding dawned on Merry with crushing weight. The book had not led them to find the library. It had led the library to find a new keeper. Someone who would depart from their life, from all they knew, to guard a portion of the world's most dangerous secrets for generations to come. "The translator becomes the guardian," the knight continued, extending a golden hand toward Merry. In that moment of decision, as his companions looked on in horror at what was being asked, Merry found his thoughts turning to the Shire, to green hills and simple pleasures, to generations of hobbits who had lived in peace precisely because they were removed from the great and terrible affairs of the wider world. "If I refuse?" Merry asked, his voice steady despite his fear. "And then the knowledge returns to slumber," the knight replied, "until another is found worthy. But what has been awakened cannot easily be put to rest again. Those who seek power will sense its stirring." Before Merry could respond, Estella stepped forward, her small face set with determination. "The book chose my uncle because he could translate it," she said firmly. "But perhaps it always meant for him to pass that knowledge to the next keeper." Touching the book with one hand and taking Merry's hand with the other, she closed her eyes. Through their connection, visions flooded between them, not just of the past, but of possible futures. The library's fragments, scattered among trustworthy keepers throughout Middle-earth, protected from those who would misuse its power. "But not one keeper," Estella said, eyes still closed. "Many, as it was meant to be." The Golden Knight considered this, his luminous face unreadable. "The Hobbit child speaks with the library's voice," he finally acknowledged. "The old way may be re-established." That night, beneath the ancient stars of Fornost, a new pact was formed. Gandalf would carry certain secrets west, beyond the sea. Findarato would return to his people with others. Merry would preserve the history of the library itself to ensure its purpose was not forgotten. And Estella, to everyone's surprise, was entrusted with the location of the remaining fragments, knowledge that would manifest in her mind only when a worthy seeker approached. As dawn broke over the ruins, the book that had started their journey dissolved into motes of golden light that sank into the earth. The knight, too, faded with the rising sun, his purpose fulfilled. On their return journey to the Shire, Gandalf spoke little, his mind already turning to distant responsibilities. Findarato, once so cold and proud, bowed deeply to the hobbits before taking his leave. "Your people have always seemed small in the accounts of great deeds," the Elf Lord admitted. "I see now that this was an error of perspective." Merry and Estella returned to Hobbiton as spring was breaking across the land. To their neighbors, they had merely taken an unusual journey, eccentric behavior, but not unheard of for a Brandybuck. None would ever know how close the world had come to awakening powers best left dormant. In his study, Merry began a new book, its first line carefully penned. "In a time before time was counted, when the world was young and all peoples spoke as one, wisdom was gathered like precious stones." The Library of Secrets remained divided, its fragments scattered throughout Middle-earth. And in the Shire, life continued in its pleasant, predictable way, protected, as it had always been, by forces its inhabitants would never fully comprehend. Story 6. Mist clung to the Brandywine River like ghostly fingers, reluctant to relinquish their hold as dawn's first light pierced the ancient woods bordering the Shire. Within this ethereal veil, Finian Bolsero knelt at the water's edge, his weathered hands submerged in the cool current as he rinsed soil from the roots of young seedlings, destined for Master Gamgee's garden. The life of a hobbit gardener followed the rhythm of seasons, predictable, comfortable, and utterly devoid of surprises, until the river spoke, not in words precisely, but in a whisper that vibrated through the water and up Finian's arms, raising the fine hairs on his neck. The current shifted, swirling around his wrists with purpose rather than chance, drawing his attention to a glint of metal nestled among smooth stones on the riverbed. "Oh, what's this then?" he murmured, reaching deeper. His fingers closed around a circle of cold metal, and the moment he lifted it from the water, the mist recoiled as if burned by sudden sunlight. In his palm lay a ring of curious make, neither gold nor silver, but a metal of deep obsidian hue, veined with crimson that seemed to pulse like blood through living tissue. Runes of an alphabet unknown to him adorned its surface, shifting subtly as if alive, never quite the same when he blinked and looked again. A sensible hobbit would have cast it back into the depths. Finian had always considered himself sensible, practical, level-headed, not given to flights of fancy like his Tookish cousins. Yet he slipped the ring into his waistcoat pocket, gathered his seedlings, and returned to Hobbiton with an inexplicable weight against his heart. That night, Finian dreamed of a tower of obsidian rising from a blasted landscape, its pinnacle piercing storm-racked skies. At its summit, a presence neither living nor dead fixed its attention upon him with terrible purpose, reaching across leagues with tendrils of malice that probed the borders of the Shire. He awakened gasping, his nightshirt soaked with sweat, the ring pulsing warmly against his chest, where he had hung it on a leather cord. For 3 nights the dreams continued, each more vivid than the last. On the 4th morning, as Finian sat hollow-eyed at his breakfast table, a sharp rap at his round door announced an unexpected visitor. The figure who ducked beneath the lintel was unmistakably human, though of modest height for his kind. His beard was the grey of storm clouds, and his eyes held the depth of ancient forests. He leaned upon a staff of twisted blackthorn, its surface inscribed with symbols reminiscent of those on the ring. "Finian Bolsero," the stranger said, his voice like stones rolling in a mountain stream. "I am Pendrick the Grey, and I believe you have found something that was meant to remain lost." "The Ring of Mordath," Pendrick explained later, seated before Finian's hearth, declining even the most basic hobbit hospitality with a grim shake of his head. Forged in the First Age by the Shadow King of Mordath, who was ancient when Sauron was but a servant in the halls of Morgoth. The ring lay between them, on a cloth of midnight blue, its runes shifting more rapidly now, as if agitated by recognition. It is said that Mordath poured his essence into this ring, much as Sauron did with his own. But where the One Ring bent others to its master's will, the Shadow Ring has a singular purpose, to open the door between worlds and allow Mordath to return from the void where he was banished. Finian's throat felt suddenly dry. "Return? You mean he's not dead?" "Death is a doorway, not an end, for beings of such power," Pendrick said, his gaze never leaving the ring. For millennia, the Shadow Ring lay dormant in the depths of the earth, washed eventually into the Brandywine during the reshaping of lands in the Third Age. Now it has awakened, called by forces stirring in the east, seeking a bearer to carry it home. "And it chose me, a gardener," Finian laughed, though the sound held no mirth. "Surely there are greater heroes in Middle-earth for such a task. The ring chooses based on its needs, not our measure of worth," Pendrick replied. Perhaps it sensed your connection to growing things, to life itself, qualities its master despises and seeks to corrupt. Or perhaps you were simply in the right place at the precise moment of its awakening. The wizard's weathered hand closed around his staff. Regardless, you have been chosen Finian Bolsero. Already, the ring works upon you. I see the shadows beneath your eyes, the dreams that plague your sleep. What would you have me do? Finian asked, though in his heart he already knew the answer, had known it since the moment the ring spoke to him through water. The ring cannot be destroyed by any craft we now possess, Pendrick said. It must be cast into the fires from which it was made, the abyss of Azanul Bizarre, deep within the heart of the Shadow Mountains, where the veil between worlds grows thin. Beyond the windows of Finian's cozy hobbit hole, clouds gathered with unnatural speed, dimming the midday sun to twilight. In the sudden gloom, shadows deepened and stretched toward the house like grasping hands. They come, Pendrick muttered, rising swiftly. The Morhini, servants of shadow bound to the ring's call, we must depart at once. But I haven't packed, or said farewell, or the Shire will have no farewells to give if the Shadow King returns, Pendrick said, his voice gentle despite the urgency of his words. Sometimes, Finian Bolsero, the greatest courage is in simply taking the first step of a journey whose end we cannot see. With trembling fingers, Finian secured the ring on its cord around his neck, gathered his gardening cloak, and followed the wizard into the gathering storm. They traveled east and then north, avoiding the main roads where the Morhini, wraith-like shadows that moved with terrible purpose, sought them relentlessly. Pendrick spoke little during their journey, his attention seemingly focused on some distant thread of power that only he could perceive. 10 days of furtive travel brought them to the village of Bree, where rain lashed the streets and turned the earth to mud. At the Inn of the Prancing Pony, Pendrick secured them a private room and bade Finian wait while he sought information. Left alone, Finian found his fingers constantly straying to the ring, which grew warmer against his skin with each league they traveled eastward. Its whispers had begun to penetrate even his waking hours, promises of gardens that would never wither, of power to protect the Shire from all harm if only he would claim the ring as his own. "Keep your trinket hidden, halfling," came a gravelled voice from the shadows of the room. There are those in Bree who would slit a throat for far less valuable prizes." Finian nearly toppled from his chair as a figure emerged from a dark corner, a dwarf of imposing build, his beard braided with intricate silver clasps, his eyes the deep blue of mountain lakes. A scar ran from his right temple to the corner of his mouth, giving him a perpetual half-grimace. "Who are you?" Finian demanded, one hand closing protectively around the ring beneath his shirt. "How did you enter this room?" "I was here before you arrived," the dwarf replied with a shrug. "As for who I am, some call me Thrain the Exile. Others, less charitable, name me Thrain the Betrayer." He settled himself at the table across from Finian, laying aside a warhammer of exceptional craftsmanship. "Your wizard friend seeks allies for your journey east. He would do better to avoid drawing such attention. You know of our quest." The dwarf's laugh was like stones grinding together. "The ring you carry sings to those with ears to hear, hobbit. I have been following its song since you drew it from the river." Fear and indignation warred in Finian's breast. "If you mean to take it, take it." "By my father's beard, no." Thrain recoiled as if struck. "I seek to destroy it, same as you. The Shadow King's return would mean doom for all free peoples of Middle-earth, dwarves included." Before Finian could respond, the door burst open to admit Pendrick, his expression thunderous as he regarded the dwarf. "Thrain, son of Thorin," the wizard said coldly. Your presence here is no coincidence, I think. Indeed not, the dwarf agreed, seemingly unperturbed by the wizard's ire. I offer my hammer and my knowledge of the eastern lands. You'll find no guide more familiar with the paths through the Shadow Mountains. And why would a dwarf lord in exile concern himself with our quest? Thrain's gaze dropped to the table. I have my reasons. Not good enough, Pendrick countered. With a sigh, the dwarf reached beneath his mail shirt and withdrew a pendant that glowed with soft, silvery light. A crystal set in mithril, shaped like a six-pointed star. The light of Durin. Pendrick breathed, astonishment replacing suspicion. I thought it lost with the fall of Moria. Not lost, hidden, Thrain corrected. When my father's greed awoke the Balrog and our kingdom fell, I fled with the light, our people's most sacred relic. For this, I was named Betrayer, though I sought only to preserve what would otherwise have been destroyed. The light from the pendant spilled across the table, and where it touched the outline of the ring beneath Finian's shirt, shadow and light warred visibly, neither prevailing. The light of Durin and the ring of Mordeth, ancient opposites, Pendrick mused. Perhaps there is purpose in this meeting beyond chance. Outside, thunder rolled across the sky, and rain beat against the windows with renewed fury. In that moment, Finian felt the weight of his unexpected destiny settle upon his shoulders. No longer a vague dread, but a tangible burden he must bear to whatever end awaited. The journey east grew more perilous with each passing day. They skirted the northern borders of Mirkwood, where ancient spiders watched from shadowed boughs, their eyes reflecting the unhealthy light that now emanated from the ring, despite the cloth wrappings Finian had bound around it. The ring's whispers had become a constant torment, promising power, salvation, and even a return to the simple peace of his garden in the Shire. Only the light of Durin, which Thrain now kept uncovered at Pendrick's insistence, seemed to provide any respite from its influence. How much further? Finian asked one evening as they made camp in the shelter of a rocky outcropping. The mountains loomed before them, their peaks shrouded in unnatural darkness. 2 days to the entrance of Azanul-Bizar, Thrain replied, his fingers absently tracing the runes on his warhammer. Then another day's journey through the ancient dwarf roads to reach the abyss itself. If we survive the crossing of the blighted lands, Pendrick added grimly, gesturing to the barren plain that stretched between their camp and the mountain pass, a wasteland where nothing grew and the very soil appeared scorched by some ancient catastrophe. That night, as his companions slept, Finian wandered a short distance from camp, seeking solace from the ring's ever-present voice. Under the light of a waning moon, he studied its shifting runes, which now appeared to form words in a language he somehow understood, despite never having learned it. Mordeth awakens, the door opens. Become my vessel and know power beyond mortal comprehension. Tempting, isn't it? Thrain's voice startled him. The dwarf settled beside him on a fallen log, the light of Durin casting his scarred features in sharp relief. The promise of power, of importance. I understand its allure better than most. Finian hastily rewrapped the ring. I'm just a gardener. I never wanted importance. Few who achieve greatness set out seeking it, Thrain replied. My own father sought only to reclaim our homeland, yet his quest awakened ancient evil and cost thousands their lives. He gazed at the distant mountains, his expression haunted. I fled with the light, while my kin perished in darkness. Sometimes I wonder if cowardice, not nobility, guided my actions that day. You preserved something precious, Finian offered. Surely that counts for something. perhaps. But preservation without purpose is merely delay, not salvation. The dwarf's hand moved to the pendant at his throat. The light of Durin was forged by my ancestor with the assistance of the greatest elven smiths of the age. It contains the essence of the first light of creation, the very antithesis of the shadow your ring serves. Understanding dawned in Finian's mind. You believe the light might help destroy the ring? I know not, Thrain admitted. But I believe our meeting was no chance, as the wizard said. The light has guided my steps since you drew the ring from its slumber, almost as if it sought reunion with its opposite, Pendrick concluded, emerging from the darkness to join them. The ancient texts speak of such symmetry, shadow and light, creation and destruction, eternally balanced. The wizard's gaze fell upon the ring in Finian's hand and the pendant at Thrain's throat. And perhaps the abyss alone is not enough to destroy the shadow ring. Perhaps it requires both the fires of its creation and the light of its undoing. As dawn broke over the blighted lands, they resumed their journey with renewed purpose. Though the shadows that dogged their steps grew ever more substantial, more hungry in their pursuit. The entrance to Azanul Bizarre yawned like an open wound in the mountainside, an archway carved with runes now defaced by some ancient violence. Beyond it stretched tunnels that had once bustled with the industry of dwarven civilization, now silent save for the echo of their footfalls and the distant drip of water on stone. We are not alone here, Thrain murmured, his hammer raised, the light of Durin casting eerie shadows along the carved walls. And I feel eyes upon us. No sooner had he spoken than the shadows congealed, forming humanoid shapes with elongated limbs and eyes that burned like embers in the darkness. The Morhini had found them at last. "Run!" Pendrick commanded, raising his staff. Light blazed from its tip, momentarily driving back the shadow creatures. I will hold them here. The abyss lies at the heart of the ancient forge. Follow the descent. Finian hesitated, but Thrain seized his arm, dragging him deeper into the mountain as Pendrick's incantations echoed behind them. The ring burned against Finian's chest, its whispers now a frantic litany of promises and threats. Release me. Claim me. Save yourself and let this world burn. They ran through grand halls fallen to ruin, past forges long cold, and down staircases that spiraled into the living heart of the mountain. The heat grew oppressive, the air thick with sulfur and ancient magic as they descended. Finally, they emerged onto a narrow bridge spanning a chasm from which rose waves of blistering heat. Far below, magma bubbled and churned, the abyss of Azanul Bizarre, the primordial forge where the dwarves had first learned to shape metal with magic as well as hammer. There! Thrain pointed to an anvil of black stone at the center of the bridge, ancient beyond reckoning. You barred the forge of shadows, where Mordath worked his terrible craft. As they approached the anvil, the shadows behind them coalesced into a figure of terrible majesty, taller than any man, crowned with twisted horns, its form shifting between solid and vapor. The temperature plummeted despite the nearby magma, frost forming on the stone bridge beneath their feet. The Guardian, Thrain breathed, raising his hammer as the light of Durin flared in response to the encroaching darkness, a fragment of Mordath's will left to protect his creation. The shadow entity raised a hand, and Thrain was lifted from his feet, flung against the cavern wall with bone-crushing force. The dwarf crumpled to the ground, the light of Durin flickering as blood trickled from beneath his helm. Finian stood alone before the anvil, the ring now burning with such intensity that it seared his skin through the wrappings. With trembling fingers, he drew it forth, prepared to cast it into the depths below. You cannot unmake me, the ring whispered, its voice now audible in the chamber. In I am shadow given form, and shadow cannot be destroyed, only banished until darkness falls once more. Then I banish you, Finian declared, raising the ring above the chasm, back to the void from whence your master came. The guardian surged forward, but before it could reach Finian, a blaze of silver light cut through the darkness. Thrain, bloodied but unbowed, staggered forward, the light of Durin held aloft in one hand, his hammer in the other. "The light!" the dwarf shouted. "Use the light with the abyss!" Understanding dawned in Finian's mind as he recalled Pendrick's words, not just the fires of its creation, but also the light of its undoing. With his free hand, he reached for the pendant that Thrain tossed to him. The moment the light of Durin touched the shadow ring, both artifacts trembled with recognition. Ancient power, dormant for ages, awakened fully as opposites met in perfect balance. Light and shadow intertwined, neither consuming the other, but forming something new. A unity of opposites, a completion of ancient design. Finian felt knowledge pour into him, images of the ring's creation, of Mordath's binding, of a ritual meant to restore balance rather than simply destroy. With newfound certainty, he placed both artifacts upon the anvil and lifted Thrain's hammer. "What are you doing?" the dwarf called, holding the guardian at bay with sweeping arcs of his blade. "Targ cast them into the fire." "No," Finian replied, his voice steady despite the terror clutching at his heart. "They must be reforged, remade into what they were always meant to be." With all his strength, he brought the hammer down upon the joined artifacts. A sound like the breaking of the world echoed through the chamber as blinding light erupted from the impact. The guardian shrieked, its form dissipating like mist before the morning sun. When the light faded, a single ring rested upon the anvil, neither shadow nor light, but a perfect blend of both. Its surface bearing runes of balance and binding that glowed with inner radiance. "The ring of equilibrium," Finian murmured, knowledge not his own flowing through his mind. The true purpose of both artifacts, hidden from their makers by the pride that divided them, Thrain approached cautiously, his expression torn between wonder and suspicion. "What does this mean? Is Mordath still bound?" "More securely than ever before," Finian assured him, lifting the new ring. Where once he had felt corruption and malice, now he sensed only the steady pulse of balance, shadow contained by light, light tempered by shadow, neither dominant over the other. The ancient wrong has been righted. The separation that allowed darkness to gain independence from light has been healed. As they made their weary way back through the ancient halls, they found Pendrick waiting, leaning heavily upon his staff, but very much alive. The wizard's eyes widened at the sight of the new ring upon Finian's finger. "You have done what the wisest of the ancient world could not," Pendrick said, wonder in his voice. "Rather than destroy, you have restored balance." Finian gazed at the ring, which now felt neither heavy nor powerful upon his hand, simply right, as natural as the turning of seasons or the cycles of growth he had tended all his life in the gardens of the Shire. "I am still just a gardener," he said quietly, "and I find I miss my garden very much." Thrain laughed, clapping him on the shoulder with surprising gentleness. "All great works eventually return us to where we began, Master Bolsero. But never quite the same as when we left." Together, the unlikely companions made their way toward the mountain's exit and the long road home, while behind them, shadows and light danced in perfect harmony across the ancient walls, as they were always meant to do.